Wednesday, October 8th. If you would, please join me for our invocation and our pledges. Heavenly Father, we ask that you shine your light on our city tonight as we are here to do important work for our community. Help us to remember that we are here to serve others and not ourselves, and that we are here to make decisions that will move our community forward, recognizing that we serve many different people. Give us guidance to look beyond ourselves. We ask that you also shine your light on our police officers, firefighters, and other first responders. They too are serving our community without fail, and ask that you keep them safe. And finally, may the blessings that you have given us be a reminder that serving others is service to you. In Jesus' name we thank you. Amen. If you would join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. So I'd like to invite our fire chief and deputy chief to come down and join me for this. So this is a presentation of a proclamation designating the month of October as Fire Prevention Month in Farmers Branch. So just to give you all a little background, the month of October, throughout the month, Farmers Branch Fire Department will actively engage with the community to promote fire safety awareness. Firefighters will visit neighborhoods to educate residents on fire prevention measures, the importance of fire safety in the home, and ensuring that smoke alarms are functional, and the importance of using, charging, and recycling lithium-ion batteries safely. Fire departments, branch brigade firefighters, edutainers will visit local schools to teach fire safety to students for pre-kindergarten through 5th grade. The goal is to empower young students to help their families make their homes safer. So to further enforce this theme, charge into fire safety, trademark lithium-ion batteries in your home. The fire department is also sponsors of the 28th annual Fire Prevention Poster Contest, specifically for 3rd graders and in our elementary schools. This contest encourages children to creatively express their understanding of fire safety and serves to remind us the importance of using, charging, and recycling lithium-ion batteries safely to reduce the risk of fires in our homes and communities. And so with that, I'm going to invite you all to say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, citizens, community. This is a very important month for us as we proclaim October as Fire Prevention Month. Like the Mayor said, we are out at all the schools and throughout the community talking about the safeties, the hazards that we have in our own homes, in our businesses that we need to combat. Just to give you an idea, over the last fiscal year, for 24-25, we had a little bit over $1.9 million in fire loss in our city. That is remarkable. That is not that much money when you think about the billions of dollars that we protect in the city. Our structure fire loss was a little bit over $1.5 million. Vehicle fire loss was a little over $300,000, and then the rest, incidental type fires like fences, grass, plants, things like that, were about $12,000. So, thank you for your support, Chief. Thank you for backing us up. Couldn't do it without the operations division. You know, that loss based on their response times. It's remarkable how fast they get to your place of business or residence, take care of that hazard. And I got a great staff. They're out there marching up and down the streets, checking the businesses, to make sure that they're safe for the folks that work, and for also the protection of our firefighters that are going in there to deal with the hazards. So according to NFPA, that's our National Fire Protection Association, most home fires and fire casualties result from one of 5 causes: cooking, which is the leading cause of fires; heating equipment; electrical distribution and lighting equipment; intentional fire setting; and smoking materials. And over the last year, there was 1.39 million fires that occurred in the United States. Of those fires, there was 3,670 civilian fire deaths. That's too much, and we're trying to bring that number down, and slowly but surely we're going to bring it down. We had a little over 13,000 fire injuries in the country, with $23 billion in direct property damage. So to put that into perspective, a civilian was fatally injured in a fire every 2 hours and 23 minutes in this country, and every 39 minutes a civilian suffers a non-fatal fire injury. So this year's theme, as the mayor said, is Charge into Fire Safety, lithium-ion batteries in your home. Now, most of the electronics that we have in our home every day are powered by lithium-ion batteries. In fact, most of the rechargeable devices use this type of battery. For example, e-bikes, e-scooters, hoverboards, tablets, your laptops, e-cigarettes, vapes, drones, golf carts, smartwatches, headphones, cordless vacuum cleaners, e-vehicles, power tools, mobile phones, remote control cars, and toys. So they're everywhere. They store a lot of energy in a small place, and these batteries can overheat, they can start a fire, or they could explode if they're overcharged or damaged. So by learning how to buy, charge, and recycle these batteries safely, you can help prevent a fire in your home. So buy only listed products. When purchasing a product that utilizes a lithium-ion battery, make sure you look for the safety certification mark, such as UL or ETL or CSA. That means it meets the important safety standards. Make sure you charge your devices safely. Always use cords that come with the products to charge, and follow the instructions from the manufacturer. Buy new chargers from the manufacturer or one that the manufacturer has approved, and charge your device on a hard surface. Don't overcharge your device, and plug it or remove the battery when the device is fully charged. Stop using the device right away if the battery starts smelling weird, or gets too hot, makes popping noises, or changes in shape or color. And the last, recycle your batteries responsibly. Don't throw them in the trash or regular recycling bins. They could ignite a fire. But recycle your battery at a safe battery recycling location, and you can go to the website CALL, C-A-L-L, the number 2, recycle.org. And it will pop up a screen, you put in your zip code, and it'll tell you exactly where to go to dispose of your battery. So as a part of the initiative, like the mayor said, we're out there, the branch edutainers are out there visiting our schools, and they're going to be promoting this to our children. And the poster contest is always a big, exciting time for us, where third graders will get a chance to put their skills based on this thing that we have going on. So one reminder that I want to say is Daylight Savings Time is coming up on Sunday, November 2nd. So clocks will be falling back 1 hour. That's a great opportunity when you change your clock, is to make sure you change your smoke alarm batteries and check your devices and practice your safety lines. So if you want further information on lithium-ion batteries, in the rack back there where you picked up your agenda, there's some flyers back there for you to gather on your way out. So Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you for the proclamation.
Well, let me read this proclamation really quick. And this is from the Office of the Mayor. So, whereas the City of Farmers Branch is committed to ensuring the safety of those who live, work, visit, or go to school in Farmers Branch, and whereas fire remains a serious public safety concern with both locally and nationally, and the presence of lithium-ion batteries in many household devices introduces unique fire risks, and whereas Most of the electronics used in homes daily, including smartphones, tablets, laptops, power tools, e-bikes, e-scooters, and toys, are powered by lithium-ion batteries, which, if misused, damaged, or improperly charged, can overheat, start a fire, or explode. And whereas the National Fire Protection Association reports an increase in battery-related fires, underscoring the need for public education on the safe use of lithium-ion batteries. Whereas residents should follow 3 key calls to action. Buy only listed products, charge batteries safely, and recycle them responsibly to prevent battery-related fires. Whereas lithium-ion batteries store a large amount of energy in a small space, and improper use, such as overcharging, using off-brand chargers without safety certification, or exposing batteries to damage, can result in a fire or explosion. And whereas the proper disposal and recycling of lithium-ion batteries helps helps prevent environmental hazards and reduce fire risks in the home and community. And whereas Farmers Branch Fire Department is dedicated to reducing the occurrence of fires through prevention, safety, education, and community outreach. And whereas the 2025 Fire Prevention Month theme, Charge Into Fire Safety, Lithium-Ion Batteries in Your Home, serves to remind us of the importance of using, charging, and recycling lithium-ion batteries safely to reduce the risk of fires in homes and communities. Now, therefore, I, Terry Lynn, Mayor of the City of Farmers Branch, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2025 as Fire Prevention Month. So, Chief, you want to say a few words?
Yes, sir, real quick. Mayor, Council, thank y'all very much for your support. City management as well. Thank you, citizens. We really do appreciate it. We do have the greatest fire department. We really do. We have so many different awards that show that, and one of them is in our prevention division. We've been getting the Excellence Award last several years, and November 18th, we'll be bringing back the Platinum Award, the only one in the state. So that shows that we're the very top of the state in the state of Texas. So we get to do that again this year. That's because of the leader in our Fire Marshal, Tim DeDeer, right here. He's been with the city for over 30 years. He's got a great staff in prevention, and they do an excellent job just building our community. So I just want to tell you, thank you as the leader of prevention, and a great job. Thank you, Council Mayor. Appreciate it.
Next up are our items of community interest.
Good evening. We have a few items of community interest. We are thrilled to celebrate Arbor Day this year on Friday, November 8th at City Hall. Please join us for a ceremonial tree planting, crafts, fun giveaways, and more. As part of our commitment to a greener city, we are handing out a limited number of trees to residents. If you pre-register, you secure one of these trees. Pre-registration opened today at noon and was required, so we encourage everyone to visit our website to sign up right away to reserve a tree before they're all gone. Once you secure your reservation, you can pick up your tree here at City Hall during our giveaway event on November 8th from 10 a.m. till noon. Get ready for some Halloween fun. Join us for a Booville and a free come and go event perfect for young and school-age children. It takes place at the Historical Park on Thursday, October 16th from 4 to 6 p.m. Kids are invited to trick-or-treating through the Mansky Library area, where custom characters will hand out candy on a first-come, first-served basis. You can bring your camera so you can take pictures of your little ones to pose for pictures with their favorite characters. Next, we have discover unique handmade items from talented artisans and makers. From stunning jewelry, crafted textiles, you'll find a wide array of exceptional creations for purchase. Set for Saturday, October 18th from 9 a.m. till 3 p.m. at the Branch Connection. The event is free to the public. And as always, you can sign up for City e-News at the farmersbranchtx.gov website or by scanning the QR code on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to remind everybody that yesterday, I believe it was, the city sent out a survey for in regards to boats, campers, RVs, and trailers. So please be on the lookout for that. It's on the city website also, and we would really like to get your opinion as it relates to those vehicles. Next up are public comments or citizen comments. Let me remind everybody, there's a 3-minute time limit for each citizen to speak. All speakers shall comply with the city's rules of decorum and conduct for public hearings and citizen comments. Violations of such rules that hinder, obstruct, interfere, or otherwise substantially disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting may result in the loss of any time allocated to present such comments, or in the case of continued violations, be ordered to leave the meeting. Please refrain from any disparaging remarks against any board or commission member, staff member, or council member. Our first speaker is Matt Grant. Matt Grant.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to come and personally thank you for funding the fire department the way you have. As the chief said, it's an exceptional organization, and fire and EMS services are not cheap, as you well know, and you have to make some difficult decisions and trade-offs. This is very personal to me. My wife struggled with liver disease for about the last 3 years. And not to get too technical, I probably understand more about it than I'd ever want to, but they were managing that with drugs to prevent clotting. And one of the other things associated with that condition is gastrointestinal bleeding. So the side effect of the medication is potentially a catastrophic and fatal bleed that results in death. I'm a firefighter paramedic in another city, which had to make a living, so that necessitated being gone for 24 hours at a time. Never once did I ever have any hesitation, doubt, had plenty of worries, but never once did I have any doubt that you would be well taken care of here in this city. So your support of the fire department is quite an incredible gift, and the last 3 years we had together allayed a lot of the anxiety and a lot of the stress that would have been associated with that. So thank you very much.
Matt, thank you. Appreciate it. Next up is James Lockridge.
My name's James Lockridge. I've been gone for a couple of years. Been doing a lot of great things at the Capitol. Terry Lynn, how many times have I called you in the last 2 weeks?
None.
100% I have. Documented every one of them. Here's cell phone, you don't answer. Ben, how many times have I called the city manager's office, left you a message? You're gonna say none? I have it documented. Guys, I've been gone 2 years because I was forced out by Terry Lynn by trying to take my reputation away from me and my livelihood. Don't say you didn't. I recorded that phone call too. Be happy to share it with anybody in the city that wants it. Now, I'm back again today, but I'm back in good spirits because I've been at the Capitol making things happen. You want to come after my farmland again? Are you serious, guys? Do you know that we have 5 laws that myself and other senators have written and passed? You know, there's a law out there now that says if you harass a farmer and a rancher or a landowner, that the city's responsible for their loss and their attorney fees and anything associated with it. I come today to be nice, but it's not going to be so nice when you're greeted with a subpoena a subpoena to show up at the Capitol. This is where Farmers Branch is headed. Again, I don't want to go there. I got better things to do than to fight with Farmers Branch. But these pictures that I just put up there that none of y'all picked up. Tina, you didn't pick it up, did you? Because you don't care.
That's not true.
Terry, did you pick yours up? No, you didn't care. So if everybody wants to know, you see these pictures? These pictures are fire hazards. Fire hazards across the city of Farmers Branch. I would say there's probably 20 pictures around Farmers Branch, some of them right beside my fields. Right beside my fields. And you're going to harass me about crops that are not even 3 feet tall. Do you know that there is a law in the state of Texas, Mr. City Attorney, that says that you can't touch a farm pasture, anything designated for ag. You can't even enforce a 10-foot setback without first, well, I wrote the law, so I know what it says. You cannot enforce a setback on anything without first getting a Texas State Health request done. Then it has to go to the state. If the state then redeems that it isn't a nuisance or a hazard to the public or human health, you can enforce a setback of 10 feet, not less than 12 inches.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Rick Johnson.
Council members, mayor, city manager. Last night was a great night. We were at the Squire Park event. It was very, very good. I mean, one of the exceptional ones. And with that being said, the fact that there were people trying to undermine it in many different ways is disgusting. These people work hard to do this for our city. You should have seen all the kids that were happy. The fire department did a knockout job. They did a knockout job in my neighborhood because they didn't know they could have a fire truck. Well, they brought one in at the last minute and gave them quite the show. Those kids will never stop talking about that. And you know, that's thankful to the fire chief and Miss Burton. We can do a better job. We still have no youth football program. Those kids get their tails kicked all the time. And you know what? You guys blow money on other stuff that doesn't matter. You know, that keeps kids off the street. That keeps them engaged. That keeps them in school. But, you know, they take a beating because at 7th and 8th grade, they're just beginning to learn because they've had no prior exposure to it. That's a failure. That's a failure, period. And you can do better. You look at, we need to get back on the pipes that are bad, that need to be replaced. We need to come up with a better plan. Sure, you can wait 20, 30, 40 years. How many people is that going to cause cancer to? It's ridiculous. And the main thing that I want to say tonight is, you know, you shouldn't be out trying to capture other districts and ignore your own because you're not doing the justice. You forget that we elect you to represent us. We don't elect you because we think you're the smartest person in the world. That's ridiculous. We elected you because we trusted you to do the right thing and represent us. And now you're wanting to go represent other districts. You're wanting to do everything for anybody else. That's not the way this is supposed to run. This city looks like hell. The commercial shopping and stuff around here, restaurants and other things like that. I mean, go to the Four Corners. It's ridiculous. We have sign ordinances that you're not supposed to cover all the windows. Go look now. I mean, we're going downhill and it's not going to be good. So maybe it's time you get in your cars, you go drive around, you get the code enforcement, and you look and see Wow, how can
Thank you.
this go? Thank you.
That is all the speakers we have signed up for citizen comment. Next up is our consent agenda.
Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have motion and second. We working? If you would, please indicate your vote accordingly.
It's not working? Yay or nay? Okay.
There you go. Motion passes. Thank you very much. And next up is public hearing, item K1, conduct a public hearing and consider adopting ordinance number 3960, granting a specific use permit for outdoor storage on approximately 2.84 acre property located at 2002 Academy Lane and located within Plan Development District number 77 zoning district, and take appropriate action.
All right, well, thank you, Mayor. Oh,
There you go.
sorry, there we go. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. Uh-oh.
Switch priorities.
Test it one.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Better, perfect. All right, well, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. Good evening. It's a privilege and a pleasure to be speaking before you this evening. I'm Brian Campbell, planner with the Planning Department, here to present to you tonight on the specific use permit for 2002 Academy Lane. So this is the subject property. It is zoned Plan Development District number 77, and this is an SUP request for on-site storage of vehicles. So the applicant is Priority Care Transit, which operates an emergency medical transport business for veterans in the VA on a 24/7 basis. And with that, they are seeking SUP approval for storage of their vehicles in the manner illustrated on the site plan here on your screen. With this, they are proposing to maintain the existing landscaping on site, as well as install additional landscaping along Hutton Drive to screen the vehicles that'll be parked here from view of the public. On this screen is the parking analysis included within your staff report. And just to briefly summarize, given the parking that's required for the current tenants of the property, on top of what Priority Care Transit is requesting, there will be a total of 67 parking spaces left for any future tenants of the building. So now to get into the code enforcement history of this property, just to provide a high-level summary of what's in your staff report and here on the screen, the applicant did apply for several COs throughout the years. With each new application, the applicant was reminded by staff that SUP approval would be required for the outdoor storage. In October of 2023, the applicant did meet with staff to discuss the SUP process. However, the application was not filed until November of this year. Another CO application was filed for at the beginning of this year, which is on hold pending final action of this SUP tonight. So now we get into the recommendations of the Farmers Branch 2045 plan. And at this point, I do need to make a correction, as the property is actually located south of Valley View Lane, which actually puts it within the high-density residential land use designation, not the industrial land use designation. And so with this land use designation, the plan recommends, as the name implies, a series of high-density oriented residential uses such as tri- and quadplexes, townhomes, small lot detached homes, and apartments. And so given this, this proposal is not consistent with the Farmers Branch 2045 plan. I would remind council that this is an SUP request and not a zoning amendment request. And so the zoning is not changing, and that PD 77 does allow for a variety of uses including the recommended land uses for the industrial land use designation, such as light industrial manufacturing, warehousing, and office. And I would remind the commission as well that while the Farmers Branch 2045 plan does help to chart the best path forward as far as future development within the city, it is a guide and not zoning law. So I can affirm that proper public notification procedures prior to both the Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing and the City Council public hearing tonight were followed. And as of this tonight, we have actually received 2 emails in opposition to the request, both from the same property owner, that being 1923 Dyer Court. And at the September 8th Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, the Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend approval of this request by a vote of 4-3. So that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to take those. We do have the applicant here with us as well, if you have any questions for them. Otherwise, I thank you for your time this evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brian. Councilwoman Bennett?
Brian, the person that opposed it, where are they, is there a map where you can show us where they're located as?
Absolutely,
Thank you.
of course. Sorry, I was trying to get the mouse to work. There we go. Yeah. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. 1923 Dyer Court, Diyaa. If we could pull it up on Google Maps. Sure.
So maybe I was wrong. But there's no voice message. Yeah, I'll have to check my office. I'll have to check my office.
Okay, so this is the property in question, and then this is the subject property.
Okay, will there be any sirens used on any of those ambulances for transport?
I will defer to the applicant for that question.
If you would, please, name and address.
Samuel Bronson. I'm Samuel Bronson. I am a representative for Priority Care Transit at 2002 Academy Lane. And there will be no sirens. We are really a non-emergency transport service for the VA.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, you're very welcome.
Councilman Reed?
Well, if we could get the applicant back up, please. I just wanted to stress, you had said for the VA, so this is a service that is specifically geared towards transporting veterans, whether they're disabled, wheelchair-bound, what have you, to and from home and medical facilities. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Okay. And I believe there was an issue about specifically the EMS vehicles and the backup warning signals. And you had a plan to eliminate that as a factor, if you could share that with us?
Yes, so basically during the daytime, all of the vehicles are out transporting. In the evening around 8 o'clock, 8 or 9 o'clock, that's when some will return. In that returning, they always back in so that they're ready to go if they should get a call. So it's not like they have a call and then they have to go on calls like every hour or so. With that, we talked last time, and in the reverse mode, there's a signal that eliminates, right? And so we would go in forward into the parking spaces versus backing in to try to eliminate that signal from going off.
Excellent.
But the vehicle will have to leave at some point, so
At some point.
possibly, and if it has to back out of that parking
Then
spot, then you're going to hear it.
You'll hear it, but it should
Shorter-
deafen that
shorter amount
signal
of time.
because it won't be faced backwards towards the apartments.
I see, okay.
Yes.
Okay. And the folks that, or the one person that expressed a negative opinion on that, could you share, were there any specifics on why they were against the proposed item?
Certainly, Councilman Reed. So his concerns were based on it not being consistent with the Farmers Branch 2045 plan, and then the noise were his main concerns.
Okay, so we've addressed the noise from or as well as possible. Okay. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilwoman Villafranca?
Thank you so much. Can you tell, what is it currently? What does that building do currently?
They have multiple units within that building. So you have some that are video and studio equipment. You have us who basically is medical transport, and I'm not sure about some of the other tenants.
Okay, and then would it be covered? Would all of the vehicles be covered with landscaping so they would not be visible from the street? Is that correct?
Currently, the ones that are on the rear of the building, they are covered by the building, and also there's some trees and whatnot that are there. The ones that are on Hutton Drive, those are the ones that we're going to cover.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Neal?
Thank you, Mayor. Brian, a question too for you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Excellent presentation as usual.
Thank you, sir.
You are such a professional at this. Just got to say that. Do you know, how long have they been at this location?
5 years.
5 years?
Yes.
Okay. And is the property owner themselves in agreement with this SUP?
Yes.
Okay. Brian, can you tell me, have there been any historical violations of code enforcement with regards to this business? And if so, what were they, and have they been resolved, and are there any outstanding?
Yes, so back in September of 2023, we did cite the applicant for having outdoor storage without a specific use permit, operating without a certificate of occupancy, and having junked or inoperable vehicles in view of the public. And so, to the best of my knowledge, the junked or inoperable vehicles, that one has been resolved. And then if the SUP were approved, that would essentially take care of those other two.
Okay, so it sounds as if they're trying to do their proper diligence to
Yes.
come in alignment with city guidelines. I understand that. For this SUP, if that business were to leave, does the SUP also go away with it, or does it remain?
No, it would essentially expire because it's specific to this business.
Okay, okay. Mayor, that's all I have. Thank you, Brian. Very good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I have a question, please. Obviously, you have a lease. How long is your lease?
The lease, I do believe it was for the full 5-year term,
Okay.
and then it's updated every year.
Okay. And is there any maintenance of vehicles, like outdoor servicing of vehicles that could create noise, where you have air impact tools or things of that nature running?
There's no maintenance that's done on the property. That's all been subcontract out to a reputable company that we work with, but no maintenance on the vehicles at all.
Okay, that's all I have, so go ahead, sir.
Quick question, as a piggyback on that, I just want to make sure there's no storage of, gas, flammable liquids or anything like that.
No,
with
the only thing that
vehicles.
we have is oxygen, and the oxygen is stored in their storage facilities indoors.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other questions from council, this is a public hearing. I don't have anybody signed up to speak, so I will entertain a motion to close the public hearing. And
Mayor, I make a motion to close the public hearing.
Mayor, I'll second the motion.
thank you. We have a motion second to close public hearing. If you would indicate your vote. Public hearing is now closed. So
Mayor, I make a motion that we approve ordinance number 3960.
I second.
we have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 3960. If you would, please indicate your vote. Motion passes.
Sorry, there's something, sorry.
Hold on.
You did?
Yes.
You did? Okay.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay.
I did. There was nobody signed up to speak.
No, you're good. Sorry, I was making sure.
All righty. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, council.
Next up is item K2, conduct a public hearing and consider adopting ordinance number 3963 for a zoning amendment on approximately 5.21 acres of property located at 11775 Mira-Lago Boulevard within Plan Development District Number 81 zoning district to allow a multifamily residential development and establish related developmental standards and take appropriate action.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you this evening. My name is Brett Mangum, the lead planner with the Planning Department here at the City of Farmers Branch. Second item on tonight's public hearing agenda is item K2, consider adoption of ordinance 3963 to amend the existing Plan Development District to allow for new multifamily construction known as Dominion Phase 2 and addressed as 11775 Mira-Lago Boulevard in Council District 3. So on the screen to the left in green, you can see the subject site. We're just over 5 acres. The current zoning on this parcel is PD 81. That's Plan Development 81 for Mira-Lago. Tonight's amendment would be a zoning amendment which would be inclusive of an updated concept plan, as well as a landscape plan, building elevations, and some conditions which we'll get into a little bit further. One of the conditions would be an off-site pocket park, and again, we'll have more details on that momentarily. Overall, we're looking at an increase in the unit count of about 41 from the current entitlement, which is 224, so it would be a total of 265 units of multifamily, and removing 3 of the 4 previous conditions imposed by council when the ordinance was passed in 2014. So again, 265 units is what we're looking at today. This is a single building, 4 stories of multifamily, and a 5-story parking garage, which will accommodate 440 vehicles. In addition to the parking garage, we do have 14 surface spaces along the driveways near the front of the building to handle visitors coming to the property. The bedroom mix would be 28 studio units, 143 one-bedroom units, and 94 two-bedroom units. As mentioned just a moment ago, the ordinance 3290, which is the current ordinance for PD 81, did have some special conditions for Phase 2, and we'll go through those. Tonight's amendment would remove 3 of those for varying reasons. The first condition that would be waived is that a hotel had to be developed to the east on the vacant tract known as Lot 1, Mira-Lago Edition. The second is that a walking path of 10 foot be built around the central perimeter of the interior block of Lago Vista. And third, that an additional connector street would be built connecting I-635 frontage road into the interior of Mira-Lago. So of those 4 conditions, those 3 would be removed if this is approved tonight. The 4th condition we haven't talked about yet, but that would be for the public pocket park. Let me rephrase that. It's a private pocket park, but it is open to the public. So you can see that pocket park diagram on your screen. We're at about half an acre in size altogether. This would need to be constructed by the developer prior to issuance of a CO for Phase 2. Again, with this current iteration, we're looking at private maintenance. I believe there may be some room for discussion tonight between the City Council and the applicant as far as potentially changing that. So we'll have space for that discussion after my presentation. But as it currently stands, it would not be a city-maintained park, but it would be open to the public. And there are some amenities included in the current proposal, which would be some benches, picnic tables, as well as enhanced 10-foot wide sidewalks, which are about double the width of the standard sidewalks, which are 6 foot. Looking at our city's long-term plans, we have the Farmers Ranch Comprehensive Plan, which was adopted in 2023. The circle down in the lower left portion of the screen indicates the subject site. You can see the color is orange. That would indicate the area as future mixed-use development. That designation can run the range from anything from medium to high-density residential uses, which is what is being proposed tonight. Also includes office, commercial, civic, parks, and open space as acceptable land uses. In our professional analysis of the site, we did estimate that this is consistent with the comprehensive plan designation. We have sent out letters as required by state law to all property owners within 300 foot of the subject property. We sent those out on August 25th. The same date, we posted signs on the site notifying the public of tonight's public hearing. And as of tonight's meeting, we have received one letter in support of this proposal. It's from the property owner just to the west, which is Dominion Phase 1. We have not received any letters in opposition, and we did not have any speakers in opposition at the Planning and Zoning Commission. That meeting was on September 8th, and I'm proud to report this was recommended for approval unanimously by a vote of 7-0 by the Planning and Zoning Commission. So that will conclude my presentation. We do have representatives for this case in the audience. If you have any questions for the developer, Maxwell Fisher with Zone Dev is here to represent the case. And if you have any questions for city staff, I'd be happy to answer those. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mayor Lynn.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Bennett.
Can you go back to the parking? Right there, that'll work.
Okay.
Back to the next one. It's just a better visual for it. So you said there's 14 for visitors, and there are 265 units. I have to question that. I have to question that there's sufficient parking for visitors if there's 265 units. I mean, and that's the problem, the test of all time, is the visitor parking and where they go. So is there any way to expand that?
We can have
I mean, I'm just curious because
Let me have that.
that is something that everybody over there in the apartments complain about is, where they're parking on residential streets across from the units that are adjacent to the single-family housing or whatnot. And I know this isn't adjacent to that, but if we're taking away the development of the hotel, a walking path, and a connector street, then we're 14 visitor parkings for 265 units. I'm just not sure about that. Anybody?
Is there street parking nearby?
Yes.
The street would be to the east. The only connection is through Lago Vista, which is 1 block to the east.
So there is street parking, but it's a block away. Yeah.
Mayor, Council, my name is Maxwell Fisher, 2502 Grandview Drive, Richardson, Texas, 75080. And I'd happy to answer a couple of your questions. So not only do we have the parallel spaces for guests on the east side and north side of the building, but we're not going to have a gated garage entrance. Our gate is actually back. It's actually to the west outside. And so we will have some guest parking actually available within the first floor of the garage. So in addition to what you see on the surface as well. And then also to address the trail, actually that trail mentioned, there's actually a trail that's already been built and people enjoy today on the property. There's mention of a sidewalk in the interior that I think that would be built when that gets developed. And so we're building the section that we are developing with the pocket park today. That's a 10-foot wide sidewalk. So we believe we're meeting the spirit and intent, and we definitely don't want to have a parking shortage, definitely as the operator there, so.
And then, so if there's not a gated garage, how are you going to mitigate crime in the garage?
We definitely have policing, internal policing on that. We have surveillance cameras and that sort of thing. We are planning on having we're going to gate most of the facility. And so we can also delineate what's guest parking from the resident parking. So we'll have that delineated in the garage. And then also we'll have gates to where our 4 courtyards that we've put in the back away from the highway, that area will be gated as well. So we just have that safety and security for our residents, but then we still have access where we need it on the east side for guests.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Reed.
Thank you for broaching that. That was one of my concerns, was sufficient parking. Question, is the parking assigned per unit, or is it just a free-for-all?
I believe it's free. Yeah, it's free. Yeah. It's not assigned per unit. I think they'll have to register how many cars they have per, they'll have to let the staff know how many cars they have, but it's not assigned. It's just open in the garage.
So there's please remind me the number of parking spaces?
Sure. 300, we're required to have 398, and we actually have 456, and also 16 accessible, so 470.
Okay, so there's about 72 in excess of what's required.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, I think, the location is fantastic. It takes up space that probably wouldn't cater to any other type of structure.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's a good plan, given the area, and it sounds like with the additional visitor parking, it doesn't seem like there's going to be much of an issue. So, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilwoman Villafranca.
Really excited about this. Thank you for being in Farmers Branch. We really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Councilman Neal.
No questions, Mayor, thanks.
Very good. I don't have any questions. This is a public hearing, and at this time I will ask, if I don't have anybody signed up to speak, and seeing nobody else.
Mayor, I move to close the public hearing.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second to close public hearing.
Mayor, I make a motion that we approve ordinance.
Well, hold on. Still thinking.
We got to vote, yeah. I thought it was a foregone conclusion.
Well, usually, there we go. Public hearing is closed. If there's no further discussion, then you can.
Mayor, I make a motion that we approve ordinance 3963.
I second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. If you would, please indicate your vote accordingly. Motion passes. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, council.
Thank you. Max, thank you. Next up is item L1. Consider approving Resolution 2025-176, authorizing the city manager to execute a contract with Rebcon LLC for the West Side Art Trail Phase 1 project in the amount of $5,494,832, with the majority of costs being reimbursed through grant funding, and take appropriate action.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Maria Minter, Managing Superintendent of Public Works. Thank you for the opportunity to present for you this evening. I also have 2 representatives from Kimley Horn, so if there's any technical engineering questions about the project, I'm going to defer to them. Okay, get started. Okay, so a little overview on the West Side Art Trail. This was identified in the city's master plan for needed connection to the city's west side about a decade ago. The entirety of the West Side Art Trail will be completed in 2 phases, and so tonight we're focusing on Phase 1. Phase 1 highlights, it provides a safe passage under 35, and it will connect to Irving's Campion Trail. Developers on the west side are already building sections and have built sections of the trail as part of their own project construction, so it's a a public-private partnership. So they're doing their part, we're doing our part. So the trail alignment, here's the overall view of the map. And so you'll see the yellow sections is where it starts, it connects with the DART station and heads over to down Denton Drive and then goes under 35. And then way over on the west side, you'll see where it picks up along Valley View and then goes underneath and connects to Campion Trail. So those are the pieces we're focusing on tonight. However, bigger picture, long term, it will fill in. It's going to connect to all of the west side and even going a little further. As we move forward with more connectivity, this will move even farther north to up along Denton Drive, connect to Squire Park. We're making connection over by the Historical Park, B Street area. So in the end, essentially, people will be able to hop on their bikes over at Mansky Library, ride all the way through town, and get all the way over to Campion Trail in Irving. So that's kind of the big picture, the holistic view. So it's a really exciting opportunity for us, and we're really excited about it. Okay, so we received 2 bids. The engineer's OPCC, or opinion of probable cost, was a little over $5.5 million for the project. Rebcon LLC came in as the lowest qualified base bid at a little over just under $5.5 million. And the high base bid was Axis Contracting at a little over $6 million. So with the low base bid at a little over, or just under $5.5 million, go to the next page here. This is a little complex, so just bear with me as I try to kind of walk through this a little bit. This page highlights all of the funding mechanisms that we've come across as we've been working on this project for the last decade. So the $5.5 million, or just under $5.5 million, will be mostly covered through the TxDOT federal funds that you'll see on number 2, the $4.5 million. That leaves us with $950,000 between the base bid and what's covered in the federal funds. So that's where the Dallas County Match Grant comes into place. It's a matching grant, so we're not going to get all of the money. We've got to put up half. So in order to cover that $950 between the base bid and what the federal funds are covered, Dallas County will put up half, which is about $475, and we've got to match it at $475. So I know it's complex, and I'm happy to answer any questions, but that's kind of the overview. And city staff before me working on this is a testament to their efforts in securing these grant funds, and so it's kind of a highlight to the work they've done in securing all this federal funding. And Dallas County funding. And we've already spent $22,729, and that was because there was a little bit of an adjustment with some of the costs increase over the years as we've been going with this project. So that was paid back in 2021. So with the grant, with the federal funds, that's their 80%. We have to put up 20%. That is being used. We're using transportation development credits, or TDCs. We're not actually using dollars to cover our 20%. We've earned these credits through programs and things that we've done, so it's not actually, we're not spending hard dollars on that. That's a credit that we're getting. So now I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have about this project.
Maria, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Councilwoman?
Can you go back to the funding page? So when you're talking about, which by the way, thank you so much for breaking this down. They should all be broken down like this. It's great. But the 475, the 20% from the TDCs, is there any hard money that will come out of our budget for this?
Yes, I'm glad you asked that. So I'm going to go to this page here. So this is the total construction costs. So breaking it down, it's just under $5.5 million. TxDOT's going to cover 80% of it, which is the 4.5. Our 20% is the $909,000. The remaining is $950,000. Dallas County is going to cover half of that, so $474,553.50, and that's what we're going to also be covering. So our out-of-pocket will be $474,553.50, and that's for construction costs.
And what bucket will that come out of?
That's going to come out of our current CIP budget. We're not asking for additional funds. It's currently budgeted CIP funds.
Okay, all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Reed?
Again? That was going to be my question, just the actual dollar amount. I'm very excited that the first three items that we've gone on tonight is District 3. So we're seeing a lot of attention paid to District 3, and rightfully so. And I think this is going to be a huge amenity available to not only the District 3 residents, but to the city overall.
Yep.
And it's going to give a great introduction and entryway to, across the city. So I'm excited.
Thank you.
I want to just apologize real quick for not starting with Councilman Reed. I'm just used to starting at my left. And I usually start with whoever's district the project is in and go to them, but I'm looking to the left and starting at the end, and so I apologize.
It's quite all right, because we're.
You're reaping
exactly.
the benefits, though.
That's it. We're on the same page, which is fantastic.
There you go.
You know, so she's asking the questions for me and
Excellent.
allowing you guys not to listen to me as much.
Just sit there and take credit, just like Maria. You can take credit for getting all this done. There you go. All right, Councilwoman Villafranca.
Maria, thank you and your team. This is incredible, and this is all of
you.
the work that I can only imagine that
Yeah.
went into getting all of the funding for this and to get this project going. I can hardly wait. Let's connect
Yes.
all the way to Marsh Lane. Let's work on that.
Keep going, yeah, and it definitely has been a joint effort with a lot of people over the years. So I'm happy to be presenting it, but again, it's been a huge effort by a lot of people in the city. So thank you.
Councilman Neal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Marcia. Great presentation.
Thank you.
I love the numbers and the breakdown. Excellent job. I just have a question or two regarding the Phase 2. Is there a Phase 2, a timeline, estimated cost for that? Or are we going to be in the same sort of position as we are here with Phase 1?
I can give you a little
with respect
sneak
to funding?
preview, but we will be coming back and talking about that later. So let me go back a page to the alignment, and I can kind of give you a little overview here. If I can get back to it. What am I? There we go. Okay, right here. So Phase 2 does not cover a lot of actual mileage. It's going to be mostly bridges. So if you see the section that's kind of pink and a little bit of the orange, that's south and west of the lake. So some of that area. That's where Phase 2 is mostly going to be. So it's going to have, there's going to be 2 bridges. We're also going to have some railroad crossings that we're going to have to deal with. So it's going to be an eventful project. We've got some challenges and some opportunities with that one. We will be coming back hopefully in a year or so. We'll be seeking TxDOT funding at their next call for projects, kind of copy paste what we've done with Phase 1. So that's our goal. So good question. Thank you. You're laying the groundwork for me.
Thank you very much. And just to tag on to Councilman Reed a little bit, I'm happy to see that District 3 is getting a lot of items here tonight. But I would like to know, with respect to our trails, will there be any connectivity from and or through areas east of Webb Chapel and the library?
I don't have that with me. But again, you're kind of laying the groundwork because pretty soon we're going to be bringing the active transportation plan back. I believe that's coming in November. So Alex and his contact with the engineering firm that worked on that will be bringing that and going over all of that information.
Great.
Yes.
I
So
look
yeah,
forward to
thank you
that.
for laying the groundwork on that one as well.
Thank you very much. That's
Thank
all
you.
I have, Mayor.
Thank you. No other comments, so Councilman Reed?
Mayor, I make a motion that we approve resolution number 2025-176.
I second.
Very good. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. If you would, please indicate your vote. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Next up is item L2, consider approving resolution 2025-177, authorizing the city manager to execute a professional services agreement with Kimley Horn and Associates for the West Side Art Trail construction phase, hourly services in the amount of $225,000, and take appropriate action.
That's me again. Maria Minter, Managing Superintendent of Public Works. And again, I have representatives from Kinley Horn here. If you've got any questions for them, we'll go over this presentation and I'll be happy to answer any questions. All right, a little bit of background on this one. West Side Art Trail construction phase support. Kinley Horn has partnered with the city for nearly a decade on this project planning and design. So like I said, this has been in the works for a really long time, and they've been involved in the design in every step of the process. We've had representatives assisting with this project. So now that we're able to move forward, as we transition into the construction phase, there's a need for assistance with professional oversight and coordination. This will help ensure compliance with TxDOT requirements to safeguard the $4.5 million in federal reimbursements. TxDOT has very, very stringent reporting, supervision, checklists. There's a lot involved, and we want to make sure that we dot all of our I's and cross all of our T's and get every penny back. And that will assist with this. So an overview of the scope of services. They will respond to contractor inquiries and review shop drawings, participate in pre-construction and monthly progress meetings, support payment reviews, construction schedules, and change orders. They'll assist with conducting site visits, prepare observation reports, and lead walkthroughs, coordinate with city staff, contractors, utilities, TxDOT, and assist with disputes and final documentation. And funding and reimbursement. So what's the total amount of the agreement? It's an hourly, partially reimbursable agreement not to exceed $225,000. That doesn't mean we're going to spend $225,000. We won't spend more than $225,000. So if we spend less time, fewer services, then we'll only be billed for our actual expenses. How much is eligible for reimbursement? We've talked with Dallas County. We've worked out an arrangement, and they will reimburse. They've looked at the agreement and said, okay, we will cover this portion of the $131,000 of the agreement. They're going to cover half of that. So potential savings of 29% by covering $65,500 of the agreement. So the benefit to the city is providing assistance with professional oversight, continuity, and compliance to help secure federal reimbursement. So they're going to be heavily involved. It's kind of an insurance policy for us to make sure that we get those federal dollars back. And again, happy to answer any questions.
Very good, thank you. Councilman Reed.
Why, thank you. So it looks like the highest is 225, and we're looking to get 65,000 back, is that?
That's correct. So it's 225,000, and there's a portion of it that Dallas County reviewed the agreement and said up to $65,000 of that would be reimbursed.
Okay.
So up to $65,500 would be reimbursed, yes.
Okay, so we're kind of looking at 160,000 out of pocket at this point in time if all this comes to fruition. And which budget is that coming out of?
This will also come out of our CIP budget. Again, we've got the funds available.
Excellent. No, I think it's, one of those, we get insurance, something that we hope we don't need, but glad that we have it when it is needed. So for a project that size, I think it's money well spent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Bennett. Councilwoman Villafranca.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Neal.
Just one question. Can you tell me what steps the city will be taking or have planned to best manage this hourly cost? What mechanisms we'll have to stay on top of that?
Yes, so we will receive invoices and billing from them. I mean, it's broken down hourly, so we know how many hours are included in this agreement, and when we get bills and things, those will be reviewed. We've got someone in our department who reviews that kind of stuff, and will release payment.
Okay, that's all I have, Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mayor, I make a motion that we approve resolution number 2025-177.
I second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. If you would, please indicate your vote. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that is the regular part of our meeting. We did not finish our study session, so we're going to go back and pick up right now on item C5, which is to discuss the appointment or removal of Farmers Branch appointed Valwood Improvement Authority board members.
Hello, Mayor, Council, Aaron Flores, City Secretary, Deputy Director, Administrative Services. So we are back again to discuss the appointment or removal of Valwood Improvement Authority members. And we've kind of been through this a couple of times, so I won't go dive deep into the background. But at the last discussion, it was asked of me to contact board member Michelle Holmes to see if she was interested in staying on the board, which I have done, and she does wish to finish out her term until December. And again, these are the applications that we currently have on file, and staff is just seeking direction.
Very good. I'll start at my left. Councilwoman Bennett?
I'm perfectly okay with allowing her to complete her.
Very good. Councilman Reed?
Same here.
Thank you. Councilwoman Villafranca?
I agree. There are only 2 months left, so could we decide now on who would we appoint, or is that?
Probably better that we wait in case anybody else applies.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Neal?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I would agree that we just allow her to finish her term and make our candidate selection just before her term expires, I guess.
Okay, great.
There you go.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Okay. Next up is item C6, receive a presentation from the city attorney regarding updates to the city council rules of procedure.
And Mayor and Council, this is bringing back an item we've previously had a presentation on, and I'm very happy I can come down to the podium and we can walk through. There's just a couple minor changes from the last discussion that we had on this. I can walk through the changes with you, or if I can just answer questions, whatever the council's desire is.
Why don't you just, for the benefit of everybody else, highlight what you've done since last time?
Sure. And I'll go ahead and come down to the podium if I can.
Sure.
And can we have actually the red line then version that's in the packet up on the screen? Is that possible?
I think she's working on that.
Okay, cool. All right, that's perfect. So there were really only a couple changes requested by council the last time we met. We incorporated those changes. The first, and we made a couple, as you can see in the red lines, minor formatting updates to the document. The first change, if we want to scroll down to the next page, is putting in the requested feedback about the agenda requests for future agenda items from council members. We've incorporated the language that identifies the process for both making future agenda item requests during a meeting and as well as outside of a meeting when you may submit those to the city manager. Yes, Mayor.
So I have a question regarding that item, and if we have charter review and the number of people that can request is changed to a lesser number, then you'll reflect that in here to be consistent with the charter?
Yeah, are you asking if the charter is updated?
Yes.
And then that provides something that differs from the rules of procedure?
Yes.
Yes, we would obviously make that update at that time for the rules of
Okay.
procedure.
Because currently we allow for 3, and so, okay.
So moving on, if there are no more questions on that, you can scroll down. The next couple are simply just minor formatting updates, capturing a few things we caught. Go ahead to the next page. I think the only other substantive change, if you go down to couple more pages. We clarified, obviously, for if there's a conflicts and an abstention from a council member on conflicts, that that member would file the requisite forms with the city secretary. That's the only change there. And then going to the second to the last section, where there is a new section added. Keep going down, please. Keep going down, and there'll be the next set of red lines. Again, if there's not a red line showing on this, then it's the language that was considered at the previous meeting. Okay, scroll down just a little bit. We've added one more section and maybe just a little bit more so we can, there we go, capture that part hanging over onto page 9. We've added in another standard provision that certainly most of the councils that we represent and most councils have, which is a communication process for requesting legal opinions from the city attorney. And this is kind of the standard language that most councils have. We can certainly kind of make this any kind of tweaks, any kind of changes you guys would like. But just to summarize that change, it's essentially just saying you, council members can request, obviously at any time, a legal opinion. That request procedurally goes through the city manager. Then it comes to our office to prepare that opinion. Generally, if council members want just an informal response, we'll prepare an email response. If council members want a formal response, we'll prepare a formal memo written out. It's obviously completely up to that council member's request. But mainly just capturing the current process, which is, filter those questions with the city manager, and then we will obviously provide then those written responses back to get to you. And that's really, I believe, the only changes there are. Again, this was discussed at quite some length in a former study session. It's been some time, and I know we've had this discussion of these rules ongoing for several months. I think, we have a very, very nice draft rules here. I think they capture a lot of the essential components to help keep everybody on the same page and keep things moving efficiently and effectively. So, but certainly any questions or discussions, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman.
I don't have any questions. I love it. But on a procedural point for putting things on the agenda, if we go to the mayor and he tells us no, the reason we have the 3 is to be able to, if he says no, we can't go ask anybody else. I mean, we can ask 2 more people, but that's not, otherwise we're a quorum. So that's the procedural rationale between going to the mayor or just doing the power of 3, correct? Because if he says no, we can't get.
Well, again, there are kind of 2 things at play there. Obviously, there's
Right.
the public meetings and, the open meetings, walking quorum. But if 3 individual council members were to submit a request for an item, then yes, to your point, that item would then go on the agenda regardless of whether the mayor or city manager put it on the agenda.
Correct. But if we first went to the mayor and asked, and he said no, do we then have the ability to go ask 3 more council members?
Correct.
Or 2, we can ask 2 more.
Correct.
Right.
Well-
right, 2 more. But that would be a walking quorum at that point.
Well, I think the point is if a request comes, if you've asked in your scenario, council member, the mayor or the city manager to put something on the agenda and that request is refused, if you submit that request, if 2 other council members want the same item or will co-sponsor your request, which does not necessarily require a violation of the Open Meetings Act. If they just, I will co-sponsor this request is not a discussion.
Okay.
Then that is the
I just
process.
wanted edification on that
Yeah.
because there was a moment where Ms. Villafranca, Councilwoman Villafranca had asked for something. This is in May, and you were told no, and so you came to us for help in getting something on the agenda. And so I'm making certain that there's a pathway through
Correct.
if the necessity is there.
That is the purpose of the rule, yes.
Okay.
For the record, I don't recall that, but.
Okay. Councilman Reed?
I am all set. I support the changes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Villafranca?
This looks really good. Is there something that would help us to ensure that council members are not utilizing the services of the city attorney for their own personal agendas, so to speak?
Well, I think that's the new language that was added, which again is very standard language because it's standard process. But yeah, that's kind of there to ensure that any requests for legal opinions are being funneled, obviously through the proper channels, through the city management, and then, obviously get distributed back out in the proper channels. Also, there is language in there that notes that, city attorneys shouldn't be contacted for personal questions or personal legal matters because we cannot provide advice on those. We can only advise on official, city matters. So, yeah, that in effect, it would cover that.
Great. And just for our residents out in the community, this probably will save a lot of money because I think that a lot of questions that are directed to the city attorney can easily be answered by the city manager or assistant city manager. And so I think this is a win-win situation for everyone. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilwoman, to your point, I think the first statement that should come out of the city attorney's mouth is, have you spoken to the city manager? And everything should be funneled through the city manager first so they can decide whether it's appropriate to take it to the next level. So, thank you. Councilman Neal?
So yeah, and with that, Mayor, I have a slightly different feeling than my colleagues up here regarding that, but there may be scenarios or situations that I'd like to have some legal advice without it first being ran through the city manager, depending on what the item is. Is there any recourse with which the way this is
There are
written?
scenarios, of course, where you may have a personal conflict or a personal interest in a matter that you certainly would be entitled to come to the city attorney to get advice on. The only thing that's prohibited is you coming for personal advice about personal matters, not about public
So
matters.
could I still approach the city attorney regarding a city business item without having to first go through the city manager? I'm not saying I would do that. I think most of the time I would probably go through the city manager, but there may be a situation or two that would not be appropriate for that.
To your
type of
point,
procedure.
I can see where, let's just say if somebody had an issue with the city manager and they wanted to get a legal opinion regarding their issue, it's going to be very uncomfortable for somebody to say, Mr. City Manager, I would like to speak with the city attorney because I have a question about something you didn't do, or your authority, or what have you. I understand that.
I think that gets to the heart of where I'm going here,
Yes.
and I'm therefore not in agreement with this item, section 6.b.
That is covered. Where there is a conflict, I mean, this is not a rule that designs for every scenario. This is the general rule. Where there's a conflict that you would not be able to go through a proper channel just in any other ethics conflict. Of course, you would go around that channel. So generally speaking, though, if it's a question that is legal advice for the city itself, then that's going to still get produced, we represent the city itself, that's going to produce to the council. So, but if it's a personal conflict question, you can obviously
So
directly
this
contact the
is
attorneys.
general guidelines here is what you're talking
It's the
about, right?
process. Yeah, it's just a procedural, there's always exceptions to that.
Well, so we have so that we have an accurate procedure, though, if there's a situation where it presents a problem or a very uncomfortable situation, to ask the city manager, then should there be a stated alternative? Does the mayor get involved or some other authority to say, yes, Councilman, that's valid, go call the city attorney?
I disagree with that.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm with Councilman Neal on this one. But I mean, honestly, has anyone used you guys for their personal business? I didn't think so.
And I'm not speaking to the personal aspect. I'm talking about more of a general
And I'm
city-type
agreeing with
business
you.
issue. It might be sensitive, as the mayor points out, or some concern we might have with the city manager. What's our procedure to get that legal advice and opinion?
Well, it's going to be the same thing. Again, the legal advice, remember, is given for the council's benefit. It's for the city. And so when you make that request, if you say, hey, attorney, I don't want to submit it through the proper channel or through the city manager because it involves the city manager, again, there's always probably going to be some actual legal aspect to that. We will walk through it and we'll say, here's the proper process, whether it's going through a deputy
Right.
city manager, whether it's just directly communicating to us, and then we will then communicate back to the council.
Right, and then so is that documented somewhere in this document? I didn't find it or I missed it. Is that
No,
somewhere
what we
here?
have in here, well, what we have in here is the process, is just the general process. That it is, if you're going to submit a request, submit it through the city manager. But it doesn't address, again, we could have probably 100 different scenarios of conflicts or potential issues that come up, and we can't guess what they all would be. But one thing, you can always reach out to us and say, hey, does this go through the process, or is this a legal exception to the process? And then we will process that accordingly.
And that's fine, I'm just asking that that be documented
Yeah.
here within this.
You're not prevented from, asking that question whatsoever, sure.
Also, I think it's important to reiterate the bottom line. Like, this is going to save our residents, our city, a lot of money because we are calling the city attorney for things that the city manager can easily respond to. So it's all about the money, too.
Yeah, I mean,
All right, anything else? No?
Yeah, I'd also like to take objection to the section 2, item B.2, with respect to having agenda items put forth requiring 2 council members. I just have an objection to that because it might be a scenario where a council person is passionate about their issue and like to put that forward for at least a discussion and the opportunity to convince their colleagues on council that the agenda item is worth at least that discussion.
Is that for outside of our regular council meetings? Because we can request agenda items
Well-
during our meeting, right?
Yeah, this says during a meeting, it will require 2 council members to support the proposed agenda item. So I'm not, I'm not in
set any
favor of
rules
that.
at once
so,
on-
yeah,
yeah.
I'm just not in favor of that.
I'm not in favor of that. I'd like it to leave it at 1.
Those are the only sort of 2 objections or concerns that I have. and
The only thing I
appreciate
will share, I think 2 is more of a, generally a common thing amongst cities in general, clients we've seen, just simply to ensure that there is more than a singular interest in discussing an item. As I mentioned, it's completely up to this council what rule you want to impose, but that's probably, I mean, that's why we have a default of 2 there. So, because to be fair, agendas can get quite heavy if every single person without any support, if 5 other people don't support you, you can still, with 1, you can still put you can still put your item on the agenda.
I can see the benefit of that, really. Like, I can see how, somebody could potentially hijack meetings. But I think that if they're valid agenda items, I don't see why anybody would be opposed to seconding an agenda item.
Right, and they could do it at that moment, but the other thing on that, I mean, as I think back on the questions asked over the past budgetary year, why would I need a second for water, wastewater? Or why would I need a second for making sure our buildings are intact? Why would I need a second to figure out where we were with our fleet and logistics? I mean, there are things that are just logical through a cycle that maybe the other council members at that moment hadn't asked. So that doesn't mean that they wouldn't agree to it. And many of them were able to be given to us as a memo rather than taking up time during a study session. So I think I stand on the 1 for that.
I think those are really valid points, but if you do have a valid study session item, then it'll be a no-brainer to get a second, third, and even fourth. I mean, it would be a no-brainer for valid I think when we start getting into things that maybe are not that relevant, I think that they're trying to avoid wasting the time of the residents and everybody else.
Well, Mayor?
Go ahead.
I'm trying to think back on any agenda item that was proposed that was ever something that was purely the interest of one council member and not worthy of discussion amongst the entire body. So that we don't have people, I'm not going to propose that we have a conversation about, Purple Hair Wednesdays. So it just I don't think any of us have used the opportunity or used that process to come up with something that's just not popular amongst everyone else. So given that, I think one would be sufficient.
Yeah, I agree, David. It doesn't seem like we need this because generally we accept it anyway, generally. So I don't know that we need this codified here in this writing.
I'm trying to run through scenarios in my head, and I'm understanding of both points. I'm not comfortable in saying this is the final way to go. I want a little more time to think through that. So now that you all have brought up your points, and then this will be coming back again. So maybe by that point I can write down my thoughts and be a little more clear in what I'd like to add to the conversation. So generally speaking, are we good with everything else, everything in here? We can come back and we'll see it one more time. I'm saying yes, I'm saying yes.
And Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
If I may clarify, if I'm hearing the direction, we'll bring another proposed final draft. Would you like that in a study session, or would you go ahead and like that on the agenda to consider with a resolution so you can approve it that evening if you agree? I think we're kind of at that point.
So,
Yeah, I think we're close enough because
Yeah.
we can change during the conversation
Yeah.
and make that point.
Sure. We can make any changes, of course,
To pass it
until it's
with
passed.
changes.
yeah, there won't be that much if we do, so, okay.
And so, just one more, and I apologize, clarification. From, I think the consensus I'm hearing, we can go ahead and just swap that 2 to a 1 in that section, and then we'll accept all the changes and bring that back for further discussion. Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Very much, thank you.
Thank you. Next up is item C7, receive an update from the mayor and council members regarding board liaison information from outside organizations and other meetings attended. Councilwoman Bennett.
I'm going to make this really super fast. I attended the North Texas Commission right down here on Envision when they were here in Dallas. Went to the our police department open house, 7 national night outs, and had lunch with Reverend Roy with St. Andrews, with the mayor and Councilwoman Villafranca.
Very good.
Attended the Fire Safety Fair, incredibly attended. We had a great turnout there. Attended the police open house last weekend. Again, another highly attended event, very successful, and went to 4 national night out events last night.
Thank you. Councilwoman Villafranca.
Before I share everything that I've done, I just want to thank everybody so much for allowing me to serve you. Honestly, it is an honor and a privilege. And many of the things that I attend, everyone else is invited to attend as well. And there's something for everybody. There's something for everybody to do. So it's going to be a little long, bear with me, but it is just such a joy for me to be out in the community with everybody. September the 22nd, we met with County Commissioner Alba Garcia, Ray, and Jawaria to talk about possible partnerships, and we're going to be working on seeing how we can best serve our community for the best price. Attended a Citizen Police Academy alumni meeting. The new Citizen Police Academy class will be starting on the 18th, and I think it's going to be during the day. If you're interested, let us know, and we can help you get that. I attended the Carrollton Farmers Branch ISD Faith-Based Leadership Team meeting, and they're still recruiting people. If you're interested, please let me know. Attended the Early College High School Mentor Program, And I had the wonderful opportunity to attend the Dallas Medical Center Tulsa procedure. The Dallas Medical Center is a secret here in our city. Tulsa procedure is a procedure that assists with men that have prostate cancer. It is minimally invasive, and we are one of 2 cities in all of North Texas to offer this procedure. So this is really important. Had an opportunity to attend a conference in El Paso, Texas. It was the NALEO Policy Institute on Emergency Preparedness. Talked about building resiliency and all of the possible things that could go wrong. And let me tell you, we are very, very well prepared. Our city manager, our city staff are proactive in everything that is going on. You cannot imagine the horror stories that I heard because they wanted to save $1 million. They ended up spending $5 million to fix the madness. I attended a program for County Commissioner Alba Garcia about property taxes and other things. Attended the fire station open house and safety fair. It was a lot of fun, lots of kids. It was really, really nice. I was also able to attend the MetroCrest Services picnic. If you haven't done that before, it's a lot of fun. There are a lot of vendors out there. You learn a lot about what is going on. And even if you don't need the services, you're able to share those services with other people in the community. I was invited by Janie Stark Elementary School to come and read to the children for Hispanic Heritage Month. So I read a bilingual book to them, and I asked them how many children I'd be reading to, and they said, oh, it's 500. We have a podcast, and it's all broadcast to the whole school, which was really nice. I was invited, the mayor and I were at the Dallas Medical Center staff luncheon, and we were able to talk to some of the staff there and say hello and just be present on your behalf. Attended lunch at the Father Roy Thomas from the St. Andrews Episcopal Church. It was really, really nice with Councilwoman Tina and the mayor and Father and some parishioners from his community. I was able to attend the Envision Child Development ribbon cutting. And if you don't know, Envision is a wonderful facility that we have. They've opened a new child development center. They still have some space available. There are scholarships available. Half of the school, it's for children 0 to 5. Half of the school are blind and sight impaired, and the other are sighted. So that is a wonderful opportunity if you're looking for someone that's looking for child care opportunities. I was invited to R.L. Turner High School with the League of Women Voters and Representative Rafael Anchia to turn out the vote, and we registered voters, and it was a lot of fun. I attended the Carrollton Farmers Branch ISD Board of Trustees meeting. I just stopped by to say hello and let them know that we're here for them, and if they need anything, we're here. I attended with Mayor Lynn the Trailers Task Force and tried to talk about best ways to get this going. Attended the Farmers Branch Women's Club, and in case you didn't know, Farmers Branch is a 501c3. I'm sorry to go so long, but I did a lot. And they do a lot of wonderful work. They donate money. There's something for everybody. If you would interested in joining any of these groups, please let me know. City manager and assistant city manager and I thought we were going to play loteria at the library. Unfortunately, we were the only 3 players there, so we did not play, but we had the intention of being there. I attended the Farmers Branch Police Department open house, and it was very, very well done. Chief, you did a great job, very well attended, and the remodel turned out really, really well. I also attended the St. Andrews Community Picnic last weekend. It was really nice. They had hot dogs and blessing of the animals. That was really nice. And I was so lucky to be invited by Mayor Lynn to attend the Martoma Church Martoma Day. He was unable to attend and asked if I would attend on his behalf, and I was able to read a proclamation, and I didn't want to leave. They were just the nicest people. I attended the Woven Clinic Celebrating Champions Gala last weekend as well. And then this past Monday, I attended the Branch Connection Senior Breakfast. If you are 50 years or over, you can join the Branch Connection for $25 a year, and that includes breakfast once a month. And you meet a lot of really nice people and do a lot of really great things. And as I mentioned, I attended the Economic Development Golf Tournament. It was a lot of fun. Very well done, very well organized, and I enjoyed spending time with all of my friends out there and got to ride out in the golf cart, and the weather was perfect. I also had the opportunity to attend the State Town Hall with State Representative Cassandra Garcia Hernandez. She's talked a little bit, she talked a lot about the constitutional amendments that are coming up in our November 4th elections votes. So that is a really, really important thing. And then I was able to spend some time with my mentee over at the Early College High School, and she's doing really well. And everybody, it's only 45 minutes of your life, and you can make the difference, a huge difference in the life of a young person. And of course, I attended National Night Out. I had seven events in my district that I attended, and then two parties from District 5 invited me to visit, and then I visited one in District 2 and one in District 3. So it was a record. 11 visits, and I didn't want to leave any of them because they were all so much fun. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Neal.
Nothing, Mayor, thanks.
All right. Before I get into my report, I do want to take just a brief moment to introduce a new business that is going to be moving to Farmers Branch, and that is Grab a Gun. And Mark Nementi is here. And Mark, please stand up. They are currently in Coppell, and they need a larger space, and they're going to be moving their business to Farmers Branch. And so I want to thank Dallas Cothram, who helped facilitate that. And Mark, you're not scheduled on the agenda, so I'm not going to break any rules.
They were on consent.
They were on consent?
They were on consent.
Okay.
The economic development deal was approved.
So you want to take just a moment and say anything?
Sure. Yeah, Mark Damati, 6234 Mimosa Lane. Yeah, we're happy to be growing, expanding. We're a business been established in Texas 15 years ago. We've recently gone public on the New York Stock Exchange, a huge moment for us in terms of our business, and we're happy to continue to expand and grow that business even more, and very happy to do so in Farmers Branch. So,
well, thank you. We're sincerely appreciative of the fact that you're here, that you've invested in Farmers Branch, and we look forward to a ribbon cutting at your door.
thank you.
All righty.
Welcome to the neighborhood.
So it's been a very busy time since the last council meeting, so I'm going to try to run through this as quickly as I can. Please bear with me. So since our last time, I've had two different groups that I have toured through NTEC, which is our 911 call center. I went to attended the North Texas Crime Commission luncheon and had time to visit with the special agent in charge of the ATF, Benny Mims, here, and he just gave a fantastic talk. Cooked hot dogs at the Branch Connection for the last Friday Franks, met with St. Andrew's Church, and also sort of emceed and hosted their youth soccer clinic that they put on at Toka up in Carrollton. Sam Pack Ford had the North Texas Mustang Club car show. WBAP was there broadcasting. Jerry Reynolds, the car guy, was there. And I presented a proclamation to the Sam Pack Auto Group. Ben and I had a meeting with the Branch Herald, just trying to gain better understanding of how things work on both ends for them to be a reporter and do an efficient job for our city, and how they can better communicate with us. Of course, as Councilwoman Villafranca mentioned, I did attend, along with her, the ribbon cutting for the new prostate surgery clinic and procedure at Dallas Medical Center. We really have a treasure there in Farmers Branch. The Farmers Branch Local Government Code, the Farmers Branch Local Government Corporation had a meeting and took care of some property business that we needed to. Councilwoman Bennett was at that with me. Of course, I had mayor's breakfast in Carrollton. Commissioner Summerman attended. We spent a lot of time talking about DART and some of the other growth issues that we were all dealing with. The Preston West Republican women met at the historical park, and they used our church for their meeting. And so I went to welcome everybody to Farmers Branch who attended that. Myself and Councilwoman Villafranca, along with staff, made another new business presentation. So hopefully we will be hearing about that in the not too distant future. Leadership Metrocrest. If you have not been a part of that, if you're a member of the chamber and not taking advantage of the leadership course, you should. We had a very interesting public safety day where they actually put on a police chiefs panel with Addison, Carrollton, Farmers Branch police chiefs. We toured the Carrollton Justice Center, we toured Intech, and then in the afternoon, we were at the Fire Training Center, excuse me, which is located in Farmers Branch, and there was a fire chiefs panel. 2 weeks ago, I was a guest of One Community, which is a charitable organization. They specialize in reentry for incarcerated individuals, reentry back into society. They asked me to come and be one of their speakers at the Tarrant County Jail, and that's the second time that I've been a part of that. And so it was really fun. I met some really interesting folks, good people. Of course, we had an open house at the fire department. I think pretty much everybody showed for that. We had a household hazardous waste collection event. And again, if you have old paint, batteries, even computer equipment, don't throw it in a dumpster, don't throw it in the garbage, take it to the hazardous waste collection when we have those events. I was back at Dallas Medical Center again for the food truck that they had for their employee luncheon. They featured a new restaurant that is on Beltline Road, and I'm blanking out on the name. The food was really good. It was African-style chicken. It was really good. And now you know why all of us are, well, some of us, me especially, I'm as big as I was, and I had to go on a diet. Peri-peri, that's what it was. So, MetroCrest Hospital Authority had their board meeting. I attended that. Business at the hospital continues to be stable. Revenue, they reported revenue increase just because end of summer, so people are coming back in and having surgeries done. I attended a FBI event and had opportunities to visit and speak with Special Agent in Charge Rothrock of the Dallas office. City manager and I and the deputy city manager had a meeting with Dr. Wendy Eldridge, superintendent of CFB ISD, and our focus is on communication and obviously supporting each other's events. And so we continue to work in that direction. Attended a appreciation luncheon and a thank you for the council that was hosted by St. Andrew's Church along with Councilwoman Bennett and Villafranca. And Deborah, thank you again for being there and sharing that experience with us. We had the grand opening and ribbon cutting for the Envision Child Development Center. And as Councilwoman said, Envision is something that's near and dear to my heart. And the fact now that they have opened this Child Development Center is really cool. I toured the one in Wichita, at their Wichita location. And at that location, they have about 50 kids running around. Half are blind, half are sighted. You don't know who's who because they're all just running around when they were playing outside. It was recess time when I was there. And it was so cool to see because the sighted kids are actually learning how to help and assist and have empathy and compassion for people that are different from them. And so I just can't say enough about that. Of course, we had another meeting of the Boat, Camper, RV, and Trailer Task Force. There is a survey that the city has put out. If please check your email or look online on the city website, find the survey. We'd like to get resident input so we can figure out what our next step is in trying to address the issue that these vehicles present in our city. The Dallas Regional Mobility Commission, or Coalition rather, had their meeting last week. I brought the speaker who was Sergeant Kyle Bradford with Texas DPS. we talked about distracted driving, and it is a big deal. Distracted driving alone, distracted driving alone. Every 2 hours and 6 minutes, somebody's killed because they're looking at their phone, they're eating a hamburger, they're doing something, futzing around in their car or whatever, and not paying attention to the road. And by the time they see something, you have less than 8 seconds to react. People are dying every day because of it. We had the police department open house. Thank you, Chief, for putting on a really good event. St. Andrews had their fall festival. We attended that. Woven Clinic had a fundraising event and awards banquet on Saturday evening, which was a lot of fun. The Economic Development Department had their golf tournament on Monday, and I will be remiss, we had a celebrity in the house, and I didn't know it, but I am I'm taken aback by this. There was a gentleman who played on the Envision team. His name was Salvatore Genta. Salvatore Genta is a former, I'm reading this, that I researched him, a former Army soldier and the first living person since the Vietnam War to receive the United States Armed Forces highest decoration for valor, the Medal of Honor. He played in our golf tournament, and I feel horrible that we did not recognize him at that event. Super, super nice guy. When I read what he did to earn that recognition, he was in Afghanistan, and the squadron that he was in charge of was on a mission, and they were on their way back after their patrol, and they were ambushed. And he managed to save every person in his platoon, pretty much single-handedly, because he had men that were hurt the whole bit. Truly, truly service above self, and a definite hero. On Monday, I also was at Evergreen Senior Living and spoke. They had a resident meeting there, and so I spoke to some of their residents. And then Monday evening, as Councilwoman Villafranca mentioned, State Representative Garcia Hernandez had a town hall, and her work is really important, because she's helping our community. And I'll also report that she is moving her district office to Farmers Branch, so it'll be right over off McEwen. And then, of course, National Night Out last night. Thank you, everybody who put on parties. I believe we had 21 of them were open to the public, and everywhere I went, there was police and fire and code enforcement and other city officials and whatnot. That's what community is all about, being open, accessible, meeting your neighbors, and promoting safety. What a great way to build community. So thank you again for everybody who hosted, sponsored a party for their neighbors. That's all I have. Last is item C8, review and discuss future agenda items. Okay. Councilwoman.
Yes, I would like a future agenda item from the city attorney to review the 2025 Texas ballot for the constitutional amendment measures. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Neal.
Nothing, thank you.
Okay. I do have a couple things. One, we need to take a look at appointing a liaison to the school district. So I'd like to get that hopefully on next council meeting. I'd like to get an update regarding East Side Trail plans, and specifically around the area of Inwood Road. And then lastly, and this may just be a memo, Ben, but tree canopies on medians in the city or near roadways, we need to make sure that they're up and out of, that they're not impeding vision for traffic traveling on our roads. Okay, anything else?
I was just going to say one thing, just to confirm on Inwood, the council discussed that in June of 2025. Are we revisiting that discussion?
Yes.
Okay, and then if I may, one item of community interest we'd like to add to that was currently not on there was Mayor Pro Tem Bennett Burton's District 2 Town Hall is on October 14th at 6:30 PM. We just want to make note that that is coming up next week.
Okay, thank you.
At City Hall.
All righty. That concludes our regular portion of the meeting. We still have some executive session items to attend to, so we will recess back to the city manager's conference room and try to take care of all that in a timely fashion. I'd like to thank everybody for attending, and when we are done back there, we'll come back out a little later on. And we're back at 11:50. We do not have any action to take as a result of executive session, so we will adjourn this evening's meeting at 11:51. Thank you all very much.